there, strangers. Sorry about that. Wasn't seeing a indicator for my mic there real quick. But, okay. I was a little weird and concerned here because this is the first time that I'm actually using my headphone mic right at the moment. So the new headset is up and running again, or it's up and running, I should say. So it's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strangebro Jim, and today we are getting ourselves back into some coding for my game GGG. Well, maybe not so much coding. Um, I got a lot of work to do on the art assets for the game, and it's going to take me some time to get through it all, but I want to show you the process as we move along. So, okay. Last week, we did. We were kind of focused on the human characters, trying to finish them off, trying to get the arm and hand constructed. So now we are at a point in our design for the humans that is, you know, pretty good overall. Yeah, let me switch over to webcam. Or actually, let's just go live. There we go. So, let's go and open up our recent. So, we are pretty much done with our human character. Now, I already kind of talked about how um, the the weapons aren't really that. The A bar, come on. Hmm. Okay. Now I have this kind of problem with escape. I guess I'm having it now. Okay. So I've already kind of talked about how the length of the arm isn't exactly that great. Um, and obviously, the swinging of the weapon isn't going to be like outside of his body to really do any visible like hits or anything along those lines, but for what I need, is for what's going to be shown, it's good enough. Okay. I could try to spend hours, if not weeks, just trying to get this arm to be in a style that allows for the length. Uh, but um, it would make the character look really awkward. Not that it doesn't look awkward already, but um, the trying to extend out the arm to make the weapon kind of go past his body is um, not something that I really want to worry about too much. Would it be nice? Sure. I mean, who wouldn't want to have some kind of animation that kind of you know slaps the slaps the enemies around. Okay. Um, but let's face it, there aren't that many games that do that very well either. Or at least not games that have um, like really simplified weapon strikes. Um, Take for example Final Fantasy VII, the original. Um, the weapon strikes there, you don't see you know like whenever Cloud does he's Buster Sword Slash kind of thing. You don't see it like going into the person themselves. You just kind of see the motion of it, in the slash, and that's it. You don't see it like carving flesh or anything along those lines. Okay, you're looking at like 3D graphics at that point. Okay, and even then, um, sometimes that's not all that accurate at times either. Um, but so there's gonna have to be a give and take. Right now, I'm fine with the way it's designed right now. I'm fine with it. Could it be better? Sure, it could be better. I mean, what couldn't be better? Okay. Um, but for the purpose of what I want to show, what I want to see, what I want to do, it's good enough. Okay. Um, like I mentioned before, you know, when it starts getting to a point where I can actually start like hiring people to help me with the art and the like, then we'll be able to do more. But for the time being, this is where I'm at right at the moment. Okay, so now I need to take this fairly silly design and replicate it in a fashion. Um, I need to try to do this kind of different style with the three enemies. Now, let's see. Let me bring up my notes here. There we go. Sorry about that. Not that you guys kind of seen information about that previously, but um, so we have pretty much the um, humans created. We have uh, the basic structure for what I want to show, what I want to do for the humans. Now I have to basically redo this, or basically continue the same kind of style and make the three enemies. Now, um, my problem is that I have a general sense of what they look like, just by art and uh, just by other artists' renderings and the like. But obviously, I don't want to take a someone else's drawing and just do a copy and paste. That's not exactly great. Okay. Um, you want to do you want to be able to add your own little spin to it. Now, it's okay to. I mean, if you are doing an exact copy. Like, hey, um, you know, I want to do Pac-Man. Okay. Um, if someone doesn't do a facsimile of Pac-Man that's very similar to this, everybody's going to be like, wait, what? Like if, for example, you take the ghosts and suddenly you make them into like, you know, Casper or something like that, you're going to be like, not quite Pac-Man there. Um, so, um, so there's the idea of imitating, the, previous game. Okay, that's perfectly fine. Okay, there's, well, for the most part, it's perfectly fine. Okay, as long as you're not like making money off of it, it's perfectly fine. Because obviously, art assets still kind of belong to the original creators. Okay, so if you're like taking the art assets from the original Pac-Man and putting it in your game and selling it off, you're putting yourself in danger. They could come after you. Um, so, uh, so try not to do that. Now you could change up Pac-Man, use different little art assets, change Pac-Man into something else like a square or something like that. Who knows? Okay, you can modify it a little bit, but you have to kind of put that work in to uh, make it different. Okay, you don't want to go full plagiarism on this. Okay, you do want to be able to show that you kind of do the work for it. Okay, so um, the enemies that I'm looking at, the ghouls, the ghosts, and the goblins, you know, obviously if I try to do a Pac-Man ghost, I'm putting myself in danger with that. Okay, I want something that's different than the Pac-Man ghost, obviously. Okay, something that kind of no one can kind of look at it and go, oh yeah, that's an exact copy of um, that's an exact copy of this particular character, that particular character. You need to kind of show the um, different kind of work for it to make it stand out. Okay. Uh, the problem is that while I have some idea of what I want to kind of go with for these, I don't have a clear picture of what I want to see. So, um, for example, um, hey there, Mono Twitch. How you doing there, bud? So, let me kind of open up 3 windows here. Let's go with Ghost. Let's go with Ghoul. Let's go with Goblin. I didn't say Guardian, I said Goblin. What the Okay, sure. um, So now we have an idea as to, what we kind of want to somewhat look for a little bit on uh, a lot of Tokyo Ghouls, obviously, seeing that that is a very popular anime. Um, but I mean, you can still kind of see, um, this style of creatures that I'm gonna need to kind of try to aim for a little bit, as to what kind of creature that I want to try to show a little bit, a humanoid kind of creature, but obviously something that, has like dissolving flesh or whatnot. Okay, something that, um, looks like it came out from the ground, decaying and so on and so forth. Okay. Goblins. Um, Obviously, we want to try to go with a similar kind of style to them. The pointed ears, fairly long nose for the most part, green for the most part. Um, but obviously, we're gonna need to um, change things up a little bit, try to make it our own style if we can. Now, okay. Then of course there's a ghost, and um, now here's where things start getting a little interesting. Okay. Um, I don't necessarily want these creatures to be downright scary. Okay. I don't want them to be seeing that I'm trying to aim this game for something that can be used, that can be played by everybody. Okay. Trying to make something that has like, dissolving flesh, or, like a full-on specter of a human kind of a thing, um, or, something kind of grotesque is not something that I'm aiming for here. The idea is um, to make it very similar, as I mentioned before, to to the art style of Plants vs Zombies, for example. Okay, the style, the cartoonish style to it. Okay. Um, so we're gonna be trying to work towards that. Um, we're gonna be trying to work towards that specific art style while still trying to create these three different creatures. Now, um, I'm not expecting them to have a lot of moving parts per se. I mean, they're not going to be um, handset just shut off on me. I don't know what the heck that was all about. Okay, but so so we got some work cut out for us. I don't know if I'm going to be having needing a lot of moving parts from, you know, the the human obviously has, moving legs, moving arms, swing of weapons and their tools. So there's going to be a lot of animation that I'm going to need to put in for the humans. Okay. Am I going to be needing that for the um, am I going to be needing that for the other uh, enemy creatures? Mm, probably not. Like, for example, for the ghost. Um, so let's go with like cartoon ghost here. Um, sometimes they have no arms whatsoever. They don't have any legs. Um, so for the most part, you could design it in such a way where, there's very little animation to them. Obviously you want to do some amount of animation to kind of show, to try to simulate some kind of movement. But I don't necessarily need to um, focus on like hand movement, for example. Okay, I could just, if I really wanted to, I could just have this kind of bob up and down to simulate some kind of idle animation or movement animation and the like. So, um, so I don't necessarily need to worry too much about um, I don't need to worry too much about a lot of moving parts. Now that might change based off of the ghoul and goblin scene that they actually do have arms and legs. So I will probably be needing a little bit more animation for them. Um, but for the ghosts, probably not much, if anything. Um, it depends on what I want to show for the most part. Um, Now there was one design that I saw last week where it was um, they had a little bit of like a particle effect underneath the ghost, and that was kind of an interesting style to it. So um, okay, that's an interesting design there. Um, not a ghost whatsoever. um, I'm not really seeing it here, but then again, I picked the cartoon ghost. Maybe if I did another search with the scary cartoon ghost, I'll see what um, I'll see the image that I saw last week. Um, seeing it, but it looked like parts of the fabric underneath the ghost was kind of um, evaporating for the most part. It was a fairly jagged design, and they had some, uh, I guess what you might say is some like little particle effects or something like that underneath it, and it you know was an interesting sight to see for the most part. So similar to this one right here. You guys probably can't really see that very well. Um, so like similar to this one a little bit, but you had a little bit of particles kind of coming down from it for the most part, and that was kind of an interesting design. I kind of like that. Um, so we're gonna need to figure out what how we're gonna be able to make it kind of stand out and make it somewhat different than the rest of these in some fashion or another. Um, hmm. I don't necessarily want legs to them. I mean, arms are okay, but I don't necessarily want to make too much of a big deal with them. I've already kind of designed arms for the human. I don't necessarily want to do that again for a ghost. Um, but at the very least, I can always, like, if I do make hands, I can just kind of make like mittens out of them, or just not have any kind of defining arms whatsoever, just kind of make them little stubbles. So that's an interesting design right there. So I just thought of something. So one of um, the more I mean, every single design that I've typically seen has always been, you know, face on the top, body on the bottom kind of thing. I do the exact opposite. Let's see if I can kind of recreate that in some fashion. I want it to be like of a lighter color kind of thing, but not pure white. I do want it to kind of see amount of difference or whatnot. Let's see now. do is kind of create a kind of create the body of it a little bit, but I want to try to maybe angle it a little. Is um, this is a fairly small ghost. Let's go ahead and try to increase the size of them a little bit. Okay. And what I want to do is I want to add a little bit of some particles. Stop snapping to turn off that, please. Okay. So um, here's the idea of it. We're gonna have the face of the ghost. We're gonna have the body of said ghost, and we're gonna have like little particle effects, kind of um, you know, fluttering off from it. Um, so as it kind of bobs and weaves and stuff like that, I have these individual particles that will just kind of float off from it as it just kind of walks. So, um, so yeah, let's see. Let's kind of combine these two. And what we're going to do now is we're going to create some eyes and mouth. Try to create that little, like, kind of ghostly image for the most part on the um, you know, on the upper portion of this here a little bit. So deselecting these, and we're going to be adding points in the center there. Alright, that should be good for the most part. You know, allows for me to kind of modify these a little bit more. Now, I made the eyes a little off scale here, but I'm looking at that and I'm going, okay, that's not bad. I can work with that a little bit. Okay, so, but like I said before, I don't necessarily want to do an exact duplicate of what I'm seeing here. So how how do I kind of make it stand out a little bit? How do I kind of create the zombie kind of feel to him? Because I mean, I can just kind of look at this and go, okay, I want this to kind of just go ahead and you know make these black, but it's like I want something that kind of stands out a little bit more than just you know than the just that. So um so how do I go about doing that? Sure. Okay, so for the most part, let's go ahead and start kind of working on the style of the ghost for the most part. Sometimes all it takes is just a little bit of, you know, manipulation and the like to kind of get what you want to try to show. I don't have to be absolutely perfect with this. Okay? Trying to trying to recreate, something that's a specter, something that doesn't have any kind of like major form to it. So I don't need to be like, something that has an exact pattern to him. Okay. Like even this guy has, it's a similar pattern. You can kind of see it, with each point being fairly uniform with each other. Okay. You don't need to, you don't need to do that. Okay. Um, so I don't necessarily need to kind of worry about that. So, I mean, it looks interesting. It looks as though, it's on fire in some fashion. Like if I, I don't know why my headphones just keep on shutting off by themselves. This is not ideal. 40, 45 minutes in and it's cutting off on me twice already? Not great. Not great whatsoever. Let's... Alright. So let's see. How do I want to kind of do the eyes? It's okay to kind of move things around or something like that, you know, kind of change up the look of it. I'm kind of liking the idea of, you know, the eyes kind of being somewhat deformed as well. Makes it different than what you kind of might see elsewhere. Now, kind of want to change this up a little bit though. I don't want like, you know, complete dark eyes or anything along those lines. So, trying to go full red on here. Although I could just kind of remove the stroke completely. Just remove the stroke completely. Mm. Do I really want that though? Mm. Interesting. Gives it somewhat of a this kind of look to it. gives it a somewhat of an evil style to the character. Hmm. Now that's a thought. So, just so you are aware of what's going on in my mind right at the moment, the idea that I'm having right now is um, the the ghost is kind of meant to be, a specter. It's not a solid kind of creature. Okay, so there's nothing like holding body parts in or anything along those lines. So what's to say that I can't have a ghost with its body parts kind of outside the body? Hmm. Now I might need to kind of change up where their locations are based off of where it's moving to. So like for example, this one's kind of moving in the southwest kind of direction. So, hmm, that's looking pretty good actually. I, can't lie on that. I'm kind of digging the look and feel to them. So, I'm going to make the eyes into a group here, and we're going to go ahead and save them over here. Now, at first I was kind of looking at this as um, at first I was kind of looking at them thinking, okay, maybe I have the body with the eyes just kind of placed in different spots on the body, like have one eye here and have one eye here, for example. But this is kind of making it look as though it's kind of going to the southwest a little bit. But now that I've kind of made the eyes kind of move outside the body, now I'm trying to figure out, do I really want to have that um, because the um, so it's all about trying to simulate um, try to make the character seem 3D kind of thing. If um, so, like for example, these you can just kind of clearly tell that there's really no kind of like major definition. There's no depth to them. So um, so you can just kind of see this is like purely flat or anything along those lines. Once you start kind of adding like slight little details, slight little hints that there's something something more to them, some little bit of a little bit of like a depth to them, then you uh, then you're trying to work on making them kind of stand out a little bit more. So um, my this right here, um, me trying to make these eyes look like they're somewhat skewed in the body. Um, when I moved the body here, I kind of gave it a look as though this character is kind of looking down in this particular general direction, and um, not as though the body itself has like deformed parts. So here, let me kind of copy this, and we'll move over here. For example, we'll kind of try to modify this a little bit. So um, so when I had the eyes here, their own look to them. Once again, the the perspective here is still kind of looking down to the lower right. So, um, and that's you know that's most likely due to the pupils. You know, I'm giving I'm giving the character a, perspective that it's looking that direction. It's looking to the left. So, and with the angle of the mouth, that's also kind of giving that perspective. You know, your believe me, I'm not an artist. I don't know the technical terms of of what's kind of behind what artists have kind of used to describe what I'm kind of showing right at the moment. I'm just trying to articulate what you can see. I'm just basically doing educational hypotheses here. You know, um, you know, if you are an artist and you know what I'm kind of talking about, then feel free to say it in the chat or say it in the comments when I do eventually upload these to YouTube. But so others can kind of get your um, can kind of learn from what uh, the information that I'm trying to convey, but obviously, get it straight from the source. Um, so obviously I need to kind of be careful with this here a little bit because um, the idea is to have the eyes in such a fashion where it's kind of looking at you when it's kind of going south, for example. But with them kind of shifted over to the left, we're kind of changing the um, or potentially kind of causing ourselves to always kind of be looking in that general direction. So um, I do like the idea of the eyes outside of the body. That kind of makes the the look a little unique, and I do kind of appreciate that kind of style to it. So, see, I may need to see. Let's go ahead and un these and make a copy of them to. I need to kind of make the pupils and look in certain directions. If I'm gonna be adding pupils in, I'm gonna need to have them kind of looking in different directions. I mean, I can completely remove said pupil, um, you know, but once again, I'm kind of left with a generic ghost, and it's not really kind of what I want. Let's see, take this, we'll make it times, group this, that. What was it? Oh, gee, let's go this down towards the center, this down to the right. Okay, so what was it? Shift G for group, Control G. Right. So now we have some additional eyes that we can kind of work with here. So I'm gonna copy those. We're gonna move them over here. Go ahead and get rid of these guys. Take these and we'll move them here. Copy that. Hello. Forward, please. Okay, you just kind of want to. You want me to move the mouse? Okay. Well, not really working out very well. Alright. So let's see if I here. Hmm, not exactly. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to kind of stick with the um, hmm, headset keeps on dying on me. It's a brand new headset. It should not be doing this to me. First time using the mic and I'm already having some issues with this. I did a full charge on it, so it shouldn't be shutting off on me like this. What the hell? I don't see anything in here. Sorry, folks. I don't know what is going on with the. Um, I'm not exactly sure what the heck is going on with this. Let me look up what the issue might be. Getting kind of irritated with this. Um, uh, what the what? Yeah, what what the hell is this? It shouldn't have an auto off feature. Oh boy. Um, um, Set on another audio source. Try another known working headset. I mean, I've had an audio. I've had the headset on. My previous Logitech headset worked perfectly fine. So this doesn't look like issue at hand. Oversight, etc. Button. The sound. This does not prevent the headset from turning off. The fact that this is still kind of a problem after 10 months. This is not good. I may need to kind of return this. This isn't good for streaming here, folks. Having a headset turn off on you automatically without any kind of um, prevention to it or something like that. Um, I mean, I'd hate to have this happen in the middle of my interview that I have coming up on Tuesday. It's like, what happens if I'm like in the middle of a question, blah blah blah, and suddenly it goes boom, and it's like, what? This is not great. um, um, power. I'm trying to record videos. I can't have anything running in the background. It's like it shouldn't have an auto off feature whatsoever. Okay, if it, these guys need to take this completely out. Okay, if you have it on, you have it on. Okay, period. Okay, if it drains the batteries, it'll drain the batteries. Okay, that's on the customer's fault. Okay, don't have an auto off feature that that supposedly turns off if you don't have any kind of sound. Okay, that's asinine. That's stupid. Don't do that. you know, let the user, if the headset fails or if the headset gets drained of its power, let the headset drain of its power. You don't need to worry about, oh, there's no audio input coming in. Don't worry about that. That's on the customer's part. What? Okay. Well, not much I can really do about it, I guess. I don't know. Um, okay. Well, maybe I'm just kind of missing some software updates or something like that. Maybe they did fix it or something like that, and somehow I don't have the updated software or something like that. I don't know. But so far, I'll have to figure that out at the once I'm done streaming here, folks. Obviously, I don't want to go through the whole downloading software updates right now, but uh, okay. Well, that's just a problem that I'm gonna have to kind of face for the time being. Um, you would figure that something that I have that I just bought just recently would already have the most up-to-date software already in the product itself, but maybe not. You know, um, some companies are like that for some reason. They don't update their products when they before they package them. I don't know why, but sometimes they do. All right, so let's get back into what we're trying to do here. So, um, do I like the? I mean, I'm liking the idea of the body parts outside of the body. And I kind of like that style of it. Um, and with the mouth and eyes kind of looking in general directions, it kind of gives that uh, look and feel to it. Now, it's not as like silly per se. Um, it still has like a kind of a cartoonish feel to it, and so it kind of it's not like outright scary or anything along those lines. Okay, or at least I don't see it as outright scary. Um, I but you know at the same time I'm not like a small little kid or anything along those lines. Okay, I'm not like 5 years old anymore, obviously for a good reason. Um, so what would a 5-year-old say by looking at this, for example? Okay, would they kind of get a little freaked out by it? I don't know. Um, hard to say. They might. Um, so I gotta kind of be careful with this a bit. Um, but I'm not like you know I'm not taking like a pen with red and like drawing like blood all over the creature or something like that. I'm not like drawing in like flesh or something along those lines. I'm not trying to make it outright real-ish. You know, I'm not trying to like making it super creepy or uh, or having some kind of flesh kind of you know dropping off of it or anything along those lines. So it's not like that's not the intention. That's not the intention of what I'm doing here. Um, so I think this works for the most part. Um, now, do I? So here, let me kind of with this. I kind of make it similar, like I keep the eyes, you know, relatively in the same kind of spots, most part, kind of lined up. So, like for example, this one here, let's go ahead and make this an even like 83, for example. So I'll put this at 83 as well. This one is at 88. So mouth is pretty much at 99. And this one's pretty much there as well. So, I mean, does that work? Or was it better, where it originally was, you know, down here? I don't know. Both are good in their own look and feel to it. This definitely looks more outside the body though than this one does. Maybe I should do an exact copy of what I'm seeing here, but with this. So, like for example, the mouth here, we're at 105. So this down to 105. This one is at 106. Nope, that's not gonna work. Okay. Let's see, maybe move the mouth out a little bit more. It does look interesting, that's for sure. And obviously, I'm trying to make this make the ghost, um, solid for the most part. And obviously, we're gonna have some, um, the background with the tiles. So, so if I was to say, let's put a green background to these guys, for example, and we'll make sure that it's always in the back. Then we're gonna have a little bit of a the eyes kind of stand out from the body a little bit more. So, especially if you have the tiles in the background. But is that gonna look okay? Hmm. Don't want them kind of looking too awkward here. So I don't know. That's looking pretty decent in my mind, based off of what I think. Um, I mean, it's cartoonish enough. Um, it kind of gives the impression of a specter, of a ghost. Um, and with the the red and black eyes, it kind of adds to that. Hey, this creature is evil. That's you want to kind of stay away from them, kind of feel to it. So, um, do I want to do anything with the mouth? I want the mouth to be like a red. Do I want to turn it all black? I keep it with a 7.5 gray. Not sure. I mean, the if you look at other styles, they tend to try to keep with the same look of the eyes and mouth. Um, Sorry about that, folks. Technical difficulties. Okay. Um, by tonight I'll be able to try to figure out what's going on with it. See what if there's any kind of software updates that I can do to try to fix this. So, but I'm just gonna have to power through it for now. But as I was saying, the eyes and mouth have the similar style for the most part. Obviously, there's some artist renditions that change things up a little bit, but obviously um, for the most part you're looking at fairly similar designs for the eyes and the mouth. So do I want to go in that general direction? Do I want to kind of maybe change things up a little bit? Don't necessarily want to add teeth to a ghost. That doesn't really make that much sense, at least to me. um, let's see. I gotta be careful though. I don't wanna. I want to make sure that the color that I use for it, if I do put in a color, um, it's not hidden by the background tiles of the hex tiles that I have, which you know I'm trying to keep with a green background for them. So obviously, if I turn them green too, it's not gonna really work out very well. So obviously, I wanna kind of make them stand out. And do I just want the lips the way it is? Do I want to maybe change the shape of it a little bit? Modify it ever so slightly? So like for example, let me drag the mouth over here. Like maybe maybe I want to change this into something else here. Like maybe I want to modify the mouth in some fashion or another. I'll add, some kind of hell. Okay, that's not what I want. Why is there two separate? Why is it that way? Okay. Why? 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 Oh well. Okay. Is there some way that I can maybe fix this? Turn it back into the curves that I have here? Because, I mean, there's no problems here on this particular edge. So why is the other side over here having a problem? I don't know. Inkscape, what the hell? Um, maybe I just need to kind of create a node in the center. Oh, it's not doing anything there, huh? Okay, well. Um, 5 minutes later. Okay, these are apparently smooth nodes. Why is this a corner node? And how can I change it into a smooth node? Okay, well that didn't really work. Let's see. Yeah, let's lick this up a little bit. Okay, corner node to smooth node. Um, um, let's see. to make select node smooth icon to create curved lines with handles that work independently. Square node indicates select the path. Okay, this doesn't really help me on that. Like these two. Join selected nodes. That makes that into a corner node. Leaves this as a corner node too, so that doesn't work. Um, see. I select those two, and that. Are these still corners? Yeah, they're still corners. There we go. Okay, so I do that, and I do smooth. Still being considered as, still being shown as a corner. It's like, I don't want it a corner, I want it as a smooth. Why is it? Okay. So both of those are corners. Now we select that. Now they're both smooth. Now can I remove that one? And will still being shown as like a, but yet it has all the segments and like, you know, being held onto it. So alright. Sorry about that. That was a um slight detour on that. I was like, okay. Um so do I modify the mouth in some fashion or another? Like, say, kind of change the mouth around a little bit so it's kind of, instead of something that's a pure ellipse, you know, make kind of like a jagged mouth or something along those lines. know. This this kind of makes me a little confused. Well, I have an idea. Well, okay. So I have a funny feeling that because my headset isn't getting any kind of audio into it itself, it might be shutting off. Let me let me do a little test here. Um, oh wait, no. Here, let me go webcam here real quick. We're gonna turn on some music, and we'll see if that holds the microphone's attention. Now, if I'm listening to some radio right at the moment and it still shuts off, then the microphone itself has an issue. Okay. Um, I'm just gonna turn on some Spotify, listen to some, music in the background. Sorry, folks, I will not be able to play said music over the stream. Um, I've attempted to. Um, there was one time where I got sick a little bit, so I decided to play some marbles and have it as a mute stream. And while I was doing it, I was like going, okay, me, it's too quiet. Background noise for the um, there's no background noise in the game, or at least not much. So I decided to look up some music, and I selected the radio station that supposedly was, um, non-copyrighted music, so I shouldn't have any kind of problems. No one would kind of come after me and cause any, hey, um, the um, your why isn't it popping up? Um, the here I was kind of thinking, oh, okay, we'll just go ahead and play this kind of music, and we won't have any like major issues or anything along those lines. Um, we'll be able to kind of listen to the music and be somewhat relaxing. Blah blah blah. Spotify is not coming up whatsoever. Hmm, that's not great. All right. Hmm, Spotify is not activating. Okay, well, I guess I can't really use Spotify then. I don't know why it's not coming up. I'm not seeing it in my task manager. So something else is going on. So we'll have to figure that out as well next time. Okay. Well, I guess next best thing is just to kind of have the um, okay. So I have some music going right at the moment. So we'll see whether or not that is the. Uh, I mean, headphone just shut off right now, so obviously, um, so we'll see whether or not it's the audio coming to it might be the issue. I don't know why they don't take into consideration that the mic itself isn't audio, but again, something that I'll have to figure out later. Okay, so um, okay, so let's go with the let's figure out whether or not these if I really kind of want this kind of a mouth or am I good with, a straight ellipse. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of liking the simple design for it for the most part. Uh, so um, I'm not sure if I really want to go with the, with a like a different color motif to them. Or just having a different color to that so that it matches with the body. Or if I want to try to, make it similar to the pupils, or just make them little dark pits, or maybe instead of completely black, we'll kind of go like with a dark gray, so it just kind of looks like there's something empty there. Hmm. Now, obviously, when you get further away from them, it won't really matter all that much. I mean, you, you'll maybe be able to kind of see these kind of details if you kind of get a little bit closer, but when you're super far away, you're not going to be able to kind of see the details of the mouth. Not to say that this is like the maximum view of what the player might see, but I mean, um, but the player will be able to kind of change, where the camera is in the game, or at least that's the intention that I have, is allowing the player to kind of um, like use a mouse wheel or use the, you know, hold and stretch or to kind of move in or move out the zoom of the camera. So at least that's the intention. So um, I'm not there yet, so I'm not worrying about that right at this point in time. I just want to make sure that obviously the characters themselves are stand out. Hmm. So as as you get further away, the mouth might not be um you lose some definition on the mouth. You won't be able to kind of see it from super far away. Or at least, not totally. You won't be able to really see it unless you actually kind of get closer. Now, one thing that I am observing here a little bit is the fact that um, further away you go, the harder it is to see the mouth when it's completely white. When you have a darker color in there, it stands out a little bit more. I can still see the mouth here, but not the mouth there. So now this block itself is kind of supposed to be the sheer size um, of the tile, so I may need to kind of increase the size of these guys anyway. Uh, so, but I'm kind of liking the fact of the colors still kind of being present from a distance. So, so as much as I might like the idea of the mouth kind of continuing the color of the body, I may want to stick with um, like with like a grayish color or maybe the red of the for the mouth. Hey there, Gabe. How you doing there, bud? Welcome back to the stream. Hmm, what do I want to go with here? I'm kind of liking the red actually. It allows for the similar kind of look with like the pupils on the ghost itself. So I may just kind of stick with a red for the mouth overall. So red look cooler, yeah. And that's what I'm kind of looking at, leaning towards on that. So the mouth is slightly crooked there, and I'm not really appreciating it all that much. Like he ate someone. There we go. That's better. Okay. So we don't need this anymore. You're still out camping? Having fun there, bud? Now we're gonna do little particle effects here. Change these into the convert selected object path. And we're gonna kind of change these up a little bit. So let's change these all to smooth here. And my fourth was okay. I mean, just kind of played some marbles. Had a few people show up, and it wasn't too bad. How was yours? Did you guys do your own little personal fireworks, or were you just kind of enjoying the outdoors a little bit? No, are they? I'm assuming that you're trying to type out fire enemies. I'm sure it's pretty difficult for you to type something out on your phone, so I'll cut you some slack there, bud. No, they're meant to be ghosts. What I'm doing is that I'm taking the normal ghost and flipping them over. No, I'm not currently on Discord at the moment. I do have it. Um, I do have it open per se, but I haven't hopped into the voice of the Discord. Oops. I don't know what you're trying to say there, bud. Are those hanty ghost? I don't I don't know what you're trying to say. Alright, bud, hold on. Alright, bud, what's up? Yeah, no worries on the spelling there, bud. What were you trying to say? You're full robot right at the moment. Uh, let me hang up and try again. Maybe my audio coming in was causing a problem. 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, try again. Well, you're coming through a little bit better for me, so uh, a hentai ghost? No. That definitely not a hentai ghost. It's flipped. How's that a hentai ghost? Or maybe you're actually kind of talking about a specific type of ghost. That's yeah, yeah. I guess that with it kind of looking um like a fire elemental. Um I the I guess it does kind of look like a fire elemental, doesn't it? Mm. Yeah, the idea that I was kind of having was to just kind of do a flip of the body, have the like the face and the like on the bottom, and then have the um have the like the blankets and stuff like that, the draping of the blankets kind of more looking towards the sky, um, but yeah, that's your impression that it kind of looks like a fire elemental is kind of um, it is correct on that. It does kind of give me an impression of a fire elemental. Hmm. How am I gonna correct for that though? Um, I mean, even if I was to put arms on said character, it would still kind of look like a fire elemental. Now, for those of you that for those of you that might not understand what the hell I'm talking about, or what Gabe mentioned in right now, not that you heard him because I don't actually have my speakers on. Um, he's talking more along the lines of so far no good fire elementals that kind of that represent what he's kind of talking about here a little bit. Um, I, I guess this is like a close enough facsimile, but um, what's are we gonna be? No, I know what he's talking about with the fire elemental. It's just haven't really seen. Let's see, Final Fantasy. See, this is what he's kind of talking about a little bit. This the you know the base body with the face down and below, and then like kind of a crackling kind of effect above. So even if I was to like add arms into the body, it wouldn't really change the perspective. It would still kind of look like, a bomb or, a fire elemental kind of look to it. So, um, hmm, well, there's still two more enemies that I need to add. There, Gabe. There's still um, I still need to draw out the goblins, and I still need to draw out the ghouls. So, um, the how I'm sorry, what was that again there, Gabe? You went full robot on that one.
Is there going to be firemen or?
No, these aren't supposed to be fires at all. It's meant to kind of be like a bed sheet, kind of typical ghost, but the idea was just to kind of flip it around. So here, let me um let me take the body here for example, and let me kind of rotate it. So if I did something like that,
Hang on. I'm low screen.
See, that looks like your typical ghost, right? You know, this kind of, you know, this kind of look to them. That's the reason why I was like going, it would be kind of interesting if I just kind of flip it around a little bit. You know, change things up a little bit. You know, um, to kind of show that, um, have a different style of ghost to it. But how how can I kind of make how can I make this look more like bed sheets? I mean, do I just kind of go back to the original style, original, you know, make it just kind of wavy and that's about it, and leave it at that. So if I come down here, you know, do I change this back to,
Hey,
some kind of wave for the
hey
most
Jim,
part? What's up?
let's continue this conversation when I get home.
No worries there, bud. No worries. Well, I'm gonna be obviously continuing this, so you have fun on your camping trip, okay? Be safe. All right. I mean, obviously I could do something like this and be, similar in style to what's kind of going on here. But do I really want that? I mean, Gabe's correct. This does kind of look like a fire elemental. Granted, I have it, you know, um, I haven't colored as white. So, I mean, if I put in a green background, for example, um, then it's gonna kind of stand out as white. So it's gonna be it, would would someone still kind of look at that and confuse this with a fire elemental still? I don't know. Would someone, you know, if I was telling them, if I was telling the player they are being attacked by a ghost, would they accept it? Not sure. Maybe. kind of liking the little particles here for the most part. Go ahead and copy them and move them over. Go ahead and get rid of this one mouth, don't really need it. We'll keep with the standard ellipse. Hey there, Lucas. How you doing there, bud? If I was to try to recreate everything down here, what looks better? Do we have ghost? We have ghost. Hmm. I'm kind of liking this style of it though. The fact that it's slightly deformed, that there's no smooth edges to it or anything along those lines. But I mean, I can still see the fire elemental of it. Still kind of see it, and it's like, gosh. I mean, obviously, if I said, you know, hey, this is gonna be pure red, and you know, then that definitely um, goes goes full fire elemental. But it's not. It's you know grayish in color, so I'm trying to keep with that kind of look to it, and um, you know what? I don't really like this body design. I'm gonna go ahead and stick with this. I mean, this is good. I'm gonna go ahead and hold on to these, move them over to the side because eventually I'm gonna want to animate these. Um, Matter of fact, let's go ahead and group them up now. That this to be a little bit larger though. So, I mean, that looks pretty good. I mean, it's simple. I can definitely kind of work some amount of animation into it, you know, with the, you know, like having it just kind of bob up and down, have the particles kind of disappear and reappear. Um, so, although, let's see. Try to keep it as uniform as I possibly can. Um, causes a problem with. I don't necessarily want to have changing sizes of this though. Here, you know what? We're gonna go ahead and move both of these actually. Now I think about it. Add two. Add two more here. Go ahead and let's see. Okay. Okay, let's see. Get a similar size to them. Let's see. Save this before we cause any other kind of problems. Go ghost. Go type. Oh, let's see. Now mouth post paste it over here. Actually, hold on. Do more paste because obviously I want the changing of the angle of the mouth. Now we're going to go ahead and get rid of these. Add in the eyes. Now, all right, there we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and group these up. Let's see. All those, please. Alright, so now... Oh wait, hold on. I want to get rid of the smaller particle effects because I do want to um, have them at, an equal size. Now it may come to a point where I may need to change the size of these based off of what I'm seeing on the through the hex tiles. So these the size of them may change, but um, that's pretty much about it for this. The animation will be a little bit different. Um, I mean, I'm still gonna have some amount of um, I'm still gonna have a little bit of difficulty with the animation and like, but I think these will do for now. So mm, okay, I think I'm good with the ghost. I don't really see much more that I really want to add. Obviously, someone with more skill might be able to kind of add like maybe some little details to the cloth itself to kind of make it similar to, you know, actual cloth, like add some shadowing and whatnot into it, or add a little bit more depth to it. Um, um, so, um, maybe they might put like a little bit of a reddish glow around the face or something like that to kind of simulate that this is this is part of a full body kind of thing. I'm not gonna waste. I'm not well, not waste, but I'm not gonna devote that much more time to it. I do want to get back to the game itself. Um, so this meets what I need for the most part. Okay, so I'm not gonna stress about trying to make things a little bit better. You know, per my previous discussions and the like. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open up um, another window here so that we can kind of start working on the other creatures. So we're good with the ghost, so we can close that down. Matter of fact, we can just kind of close down the human as well. Don't need him anymore. We're good with the ghost, so we don't need him. So now we're left with the ghouls and the goblins. Hmm. This has the potential of causing. Um, I gotta kind of be careful here is that I don't want this to be slightly different. But, I've already done one monster and already someone was saying, well, that looks like a fire elemental. So I gotta kind of be a little careful here. How, how do I kind of create these characters that, or how do I create these enemies that make them stand out, but at the same time, make them somewhat unique. So, make them cartoonish and like, mm, that'd be funny if I kind of recreated him, but no. The other side of things that I'm thinking as well, if I do create green goblins, then that might have a problem with the green background. Like for example, let's say um, I have the hexagon um, with a green tile to it, right? Well, what happens if I add a green goblin to it? It may it might not stand out as much, especially if you kind of go out a little bit. It might not stand out as much. Now that might actually be That might actually be one of the difficulties that the player might have to face. That the the enemy themselves are kind of not apparent, not completely hidden. Ooh, actually, now that I think about it, so here's the thing. Here's what I was thinking about here. The I was always trying to figure out how do I make these enemies stand out? Okay, how do I make these enemies a little bit more difficult? Okay, because otherwise I'm just kind of replacing the ghouls with ghosts and the ghosts with goblins and not changing any kind of attributes or anything along those lines, okay? So I was thinking out loud a little bit that well maybe ghosts can go through walls. Okay, maybe they can kind of go through the resources. You know, they're um corporeal, so they don't have any um they don't necessarily have any kind of problems with going through um certain resources. Now, there is a slight problem to them though. They might be a little too overpowered. Okay, in that say let's see. Here, let me bring this up real quick. Mhm. Okay. Apparently it doesn't work anymore. Okay. Well, um, okay. So I'm just gonna kind of use this for um, to just kind of talk about um, what I mean here. So uh, let's say we're just gonna kind of put this bear here. So the I don't care about this. Go away. Um, so say we have the human here trying to chop down a forest, right? And let's say that we have um, we'll put, you know, this dragon here as a representation of the ghost that I'm talking about here. Okay. Now, um, right now I'm thinking, maybe, um, Just kind of using this as an example. Okay. The idea that I was kind of thinking of for the ghosts, okay, seeing that I want it to be a little bit harder for the player, ramp up the difficulty from the ghouls, okay? And I don't necessarily want I want them to be able to kind of see, okay, these guys are a little bit tougher. I gotta make sure that I guard against them, right? Okay, so the idea for the ghosts was maybe they would kind of fly through forest. Okay, they can kind of go through the forest without any problems being stopped. Okay, they can just kind of float through the trees without any kind of difficulties. Okay, they're not bothered by physical objects. That's what ghosts are all about. So why would they need to worry about trees and the like? Now, I will have them um, be stopped by like the by what was it? The um oh gosh, boy water pools or sunstones? Whatever. Um, no, holy water was for the zombies. Sunstones was for the ghosts. Ah, I need to make sure that I get that straight before I get too far. But um, I wouldn't allow for the ghost to pass through the resource that is used to counter them. Okay, so like for example, if it was indeed holy water, for example, then I wouldn't allow for them to kind of go walk through these pools, these pool resources. So like for example, if this particular spot right here was the holy water pools, for example, then I wouldn't allow for the dragon to kind of, you know, go from one spot to the other. Okay, they would be blocked. But if there's a forest here, then they would be able to kind of move on through to the other side. That was the idea that I was having. Here's the problem though. What happens if a human is kind of working on a forest and the ghost was able to kind of pass through the if the ghost was able to pass through the forest, then they would be able to kind of tackle the humans without the humans being able to kind of see um, before they can even see the ghost. So the ghost would come on, would appear out of nowhere on top of the human player, and one of the villagers is captured. That might piss off the player a bit too much. But is it um would the um but would that be okay? I mean, it would um it would give the impression that you would need to kind of chop down all the forests in order to um block the ghosts, and the fact that the holy water and locations would um yes, of course leave. What the hell? Um um question is, would that be would that be too difficult for the player? I mean, the ghouls themselves are gonna kind of push the player a little bit, just with the just with the amounts and the possibility of um, them setting down traps, which is something that I'll need to kind of figure out as well. Um, same with the ghosts and same with the goblins. Um, which reminds me, I should probably look into doing what I want, to figuring out what I want to do for the traps for the ghosts, goblins, and ghouls. Hmm. So we're not done yet, but I do need to keep their traps separate from the um I need to kind of keep them kind of separate from each other so that when a trapper does set down the trap, then the trap can kind of just kind of sit there, you know, as a separate prefab than the enemies, for example. Um, so obviously we're gonna need to kind of work on that a little bit. Um, okay, headset hasn't failed on me, so it requires audio. So if I'm not listening to something for a couple minutes, it's just gonna go, oh, you're not hearing anything, so we're gonna shut down on you. Um, like I said, I hope that they change that in later updates. But I mean, now that I know that it's still it's still active with the audio, it's it helps. So okay, hmm. One thing that I will need to do though is allow for the ghost barrier here to allow for like a radius effect, meaning that um, it should kind of block the ghost from going through a forest. Like we'll do like the ghost barrier as something that will uh, handle that will block the surrounding tiles around it, its neighbors. Um, we can do the these you know medium barriers as something that will block like two radiuses out, and then the large barrier as something that will block like um, three blocks out. So the ghosts won't be able to transport through the forest that way. Now, um, I will. Um, let's see. Um, let's see. Let's see. Goes to fly to forest, sunstone, and has the potential of balance issues. Ghosts should be slowed down during sources. They're able to see ghost in the resource. Meaning, while they might not be able to see beyond the resource, okay, showing that there might be a monster on the other side of said resource, they should still be able to see the monster kind of flying through the resource. Okay, so, um, but again, this might cause problems with the balancing, and there might I might have a little bit of difficulty with the um I might be having a little difficulty trying to handle like the layers and collision and like with ghosts in that regard. So um I'm gonna really need to kind of treat them a little bit differently along those lines. So um so yeah, now ghouls won't have that ability, obviously. You know, they'll be kind of they will only be able to, you know, walk through the grasslands and the lights. So they will have to be held to the um they will need to be held to the maze. Okay, they can't um they can't really be um they can't go through any of the resources or anything along those lines. Okay, they're just going to be just like the humans in that regard. Okay, they won't be able to go through the resources themselves. They have to go around them. Okay, so these guys will be pretty much exact copies of the the player units, the human units. Okay, um, so there won't be that much issue setting these guys up similar to the humans. Ghosts obviously will be having a little bit of difficulty, and um, I have to kind of slow down their movement though, as they kind of go through the forest. They're gonna need to kind of be slowed down quite a bit, meaning that um, if say there's yeah, let me try to explain it down here, for example. So let's say we have the ghost, we have grassland, forest, grassland, grassland, and grassland, and say that the ghost needs to come down to this spot right here, right? Yeah, let me change. So it wants to get down to here, right? Well, um, I want to slow down its movement so much through the forest that the ghost can go around faster, just by going through the grassland than it would going through the forest itself. Meaning that, force it can walk basically 4 spots here before it can totally get through a forest. So that's what I want to make sure that I handle correctly. Okay, the movement through the forest or through any of the non-lethal elements, non-lethal resources um that the ghost is not weak to. You know, I want them to be able to fly through them, but it needs to take them quite a bit of time in order to do so. So, so the player themselves will be aware of the situation, or at least have some amount of warning popping up saying, "Oh, hey, a ghost is popping up here. And you need to take care of this." So now, I'm not quite sure the movement speeds of these guys on grasslands or the non-resource tiles. Um, Do I want the ghosts to be the same speed as the humans? Do I want them to be slower than humans? Same with the ghosts. Do I want them to be faster? Do I want them to be slower? Do I want them to be the same? Same with the goblins. Now, I say that because um, I was debating whether or not I wanted to make the. I was thinking maybe I can just kind of make the goblins run, meaning that if they spot like a human, they can just kind of sprint across the land, trying to capture the human as fast as they can. But maybe I want to do something a little bit different. So I was wanting to try to make the goblins look a little unique, right? To kind of change up what they kind of look like. And I'm going through these pictures of goblins and like, okay, well, I mean, I look at these guys and I'm not seeing a whole lot of difference other than color for the most part. You know, pointy ears, you know, sometimes like a pointy nose, um, or, kind of a large stubby nose a little bit maybe. Um, really messed up teeth. Um, small, short kind of structure to them, you know. So, raggedy clothing, if not almost no clothing whatsoever. Um, um, Fairly crude weapons, for the most part. But here's the thing. What I was thinking about is kind of use the what I just did with the ghost a little bit and kind of put that in my favor here a little bit. So, um, it's a little too loud. All right. Our music's a little distracting here right at the moment. Um, so I, s- I, I had an idea here. So the ghost. Let me open it back up again. Um, I had the ghost here, and I had you know, its individual parts, the eyes and the mouth, kind of standing away from the main body, meaning that the landscape behind will kind of show through a little bit. Now, it would be kind of interesting to maybe change the body here a little bit to allow for like maybe a little bit of transparency. Um, so, for example, here, let me um, ungroup this here again. Now, if I was to select this and um, uh, there we go, showing up. So if I, let's say, let's go ahead and bring that green square back, right? And we'll uh, make sure that it's in the background. So let's select the body again, and let's say we kind of change um, the opacity of the body. It allows the green to kind of come through it. I could try to do something along those lines, um, so that as it's kind of floating through the tiles a little bit, it'll like go, oh, you know, we're just kind of mimic what's kind of behind it a little bit, and still kind of keep with the original color, but allow for you to kind of see through it a little bit. Obviously, I don't want it to be um, like completely, you know, I don't want it to be like completely there because obviously, then you wouldn't necessarily see the body all the way. Um, but let's say we can do like 82 or something like that, and you kind of see the little bit of background. I was kind of thinking along those lines maybe, um, to kind of give the impression of a ghost a little bit more, but I'm not 100% sure. It's not like the player is going to be um, seeing any kind of the background too much for these guys, but it might be a little bit interesting. They might go, "Oh, that's a nice little neat little trick." Um, but I don't want it to be too oversaturated. Otherwise, the player is going to be looking at it and going, okay, what do we actually have here? You know, they're not going to necessarily see the ghosts. They want to be able to, I do want the player to be seeing these enemies for the most part. Okay. Now, the goblins, um, I know they save. Now the goblins, they're greenish in color and the like. So, you know, I'm kind of scared about them um kind of blending in with the background anyway, because, you know, for the most part they are greenish in color for the most part, or that they've typically been shown as green. Not to say that there's not other colors drawn for them, tan, um, there's like a red one down below, brown. I mean, there's different colors for the goblins. Okay, they don't have to be green. Okay. Um, but one of the reasons why I'm thinking maybe I'll stick with the green a bit is maybe I can do a um, have the goblins be kind of a camouflage kind of creatures. Like, have them greenish in color, but instead of making their entire body, their entire face stand out, maybe I can do something that is like, hey, here's like, instead of that being the goblin, we have, say, its eyes, and then like part of its face or something like that. So you can kind of see a little bit of like a camouflage effect of them. You can see their eyes, you can see part of their face, part of their ear, part of their body, so on and so forth. But the rest of it I leave as not there. So um it gives that camouflage look and feel to it. They can kind of move through, the grasslands and stuff like that, and they look like they're blending in with the background. Not completely. I still want to give the players some amount of counter to them. I want the players to still be able to kind of see them, but if I do it in such a fashion um, where I'm like, oh, um, like if I'm just kind of having this kind of walking along the grassland, you know, it goes from one side to the other, for example, then it kind of gives that impression that these guys are always kind of hidden and, a little bit dangerous that way. So I don't necessarily need to create them completely. I can kind of keep them somewhat hidden a little bit. Imagine Imagination can sometimes be a horrifying effect for people. Um, for example, um, if if you completely shut off the lights, okay, leave the room completely silent, you're gonna freak out a few people because they're not able to see um, what's right in front of them. Okay, you throw in some wind or some shutters banging or something like that, and it will freak some people out. Okay, because it's the scared of the unknown. Okay, a lot of people have a fear of that. Um, so if I design these guys in a certain fashion, then I might be able to um, I might kind of be able to kind of design them in such a fashion where the player is able to like fill in the gaps. It's like, oh, this guy looks interesting. I wonder what that creature's kind of hiding, kind of thing. So now, on the other hand, maybe I should do like a stroke outline of them all. Like for example, if I was to do, um, kind of like like if I was to have, like a nose or something like that for them, then um, do I want it? Um, this is the full. Hmm. So if I was to do something like this, like, hey, you know, here's part of the head, here's the eyes, and here's the nose, you know, still kind of visible per se, but not directly shown. Like maybe part of his nose will be shown, but not the rest of it. Do I want to do something like that? Hmm, not sure. Hmm. What do I want to show for the goblins? Hmm. What do I want to do here? Give the goblins some angry eyes here. So, I get rid of those for the most part. So, basically, we'll do something like this, for example, and move this over, you know. So, we'll just kind of have them kind of bouncing along, but we'll still have some elements, you know, kind of showing a little bit. So, um, um, so now how do I want to kind of design these guys? I want the eyes to kind of stand out. Um, let's see. Let's I'm gonna work on their ears a little bit. Um, for the most part, with they have kind of like for the most part, a rounded base for the most part. But obviously, they always kind of go up to a point. So, um, okay, that's good. Gonna need to kind of make this um, kind of curve in a little bit more to kind of make that point for the most part. And that's not bad. Oop, nope, I didn't want to do that. Oops. I mean, that looks like a decent ear, don't you think? Okay, let's see. I do kind of like the coloration of it a little bit. I didn't necessarily want to go with like a full-on grain, but at the same time, I do kind of want um, I want them to kind of stand out a little bit. Hmm. Stop snapping. I don't need that right now. Hmm. I don't need them to have like a super long face. I mean, I still want to kind of give the impression that they're kind of hidden too. So let's see. Obviously, I want to kind of change this around a little bit to kind of um, change and like modify it a little bit so that it still looks like a body shape in some fashion or another, but obviously, um, give the impression that there are like kind of body parts, still kind of hidden from the player's view a little bit. So, um, hmm, I'll need to um, let's see. Let's see. I don't know, so I want to create another one here. I want to be able to kind of move this around. But this is going to be kind of like the arm. Will that be good, though? Do a hand and maybe a couple fingers or something like that, and then we'll hold a sword or something, some kind of weapon here. I mean, what do you guys? If anyone's kind of watching right at the moment, I mean, would that would that work as kind of like a character design? You know, something that isn't like fully there. It's still kind of hidden in the background. Or would it like just be completely silly and I should just kind of forget about even going in this particular general direction for goblins on that in this regard? Obviously, I'm gonna need to modify these a little bit more. You know, have more of a head shape to to the head, have more of a body shape. Although, I mean that's not too bad. I mean, I'll need to kind of back that up a little bit so that the arm looks like it's kind of coming out of the body there a little bit. But um, obviously, I'll want to kind of change the um, change where the arm is coming from. Um, you know, have its have its arm and like kind of um, be in such a fashion where it's holding the weapon. And I do want to kind of show off the weapon for these guys, but mm, I think this kind of works for the most part. So I'm gonna save it for now. Um, Goblin prototype. And we're kind of coming close to the end of the stream here, folks. I think I'm gonna go ahead and close it down. I've kind of put a lot of um, I put quite a bit of like creative work into trying to get this done. So um, I'm trying to figure out what I want to see, what I want to do on this. So Goblin and the ghost is done for the most part. I still need to set up the traps for it. So um, let's see. Um, see, here's the slowdown or speed up the walking speed of enemies. Do human slowdown based off resources. Um, do base speeds change based off of per agent? Um, you know, do we have different base speeds, and enemies run. This is what I was kind of talking about before. Um, so um, so let me put down these extra problems per se. Um, human image. Um, let's see. We need um, let's see. We need different images for each worker holding each tool, which animation for each of these images, idle, and swing. Meaning, there's like idle where they're just kind of, you know, they're just kind of holding their weapon and their tools or something like that, just kind of bouncing there, going la, la, la. And then there's of course the motion of the work kind of being put into the resource in question. So I'm gonna need to animate um, both of those. So um, oh, I also need walking. Idle walking in each direction and swing. Okay. Need different images for each hunter holding a different weapon. And that's pretty much a exact copy of that. Now let's see. Is there something about um, oh um, yeah, let me kind of put this into its own um, okay. I also want to have running scared. So, um, so as the humans kind of walk around and like, okay, you have them just kind of standing around doing nothing, which they shouldn't necessarily do too often. Um, like if the player hasn't like selected a resource to mine up, or like the resource that they they finished mining up is gone, so on and so forth. So you're not going to be seeing the idle animation too often, but I mean it's still going to need to be there. There's walking in each direction. Um, there's swinging of the tool, and then first there's running away from an enemy. Okay, so um, I say running, but they're basically going to be moving the exact same speed. Okay, they're just basically going to turn from the enemy, put on the um, instead of the you know regular eyebrow, normal eyebrow for this, we're gonna have them kind of switch over to the worried eyebrow look to them. So maybe even change their mouth up, um, but yeah, that's what we're gonna kind of need to work on in there a little bit. So okay, hunters don't run scared, so we can get rid of that. Um, Matter of fact, they'll be kind of going off after the monsters anyway. They won't be running away from them. So, um, actually, they might run away. Actually, let's keep that. Um, if they can't attack the specific monster, meaning that um, if the human hunter that hunts ghouls encounters um, a ghost, for example, it can't do anything. He won't be able to attack him or anything along those lines. Okay, and there's gonna be levels where that has the potential of happening. I'm gonna have ghouls and ghosts, on a set of levels that the player is gonna have to kind of go through. So if they create hunters for just like the ghouls, for example, and they don't have any hunters for the ghosts, well, if the hunters encounter the ghost, they're just gonna run away from them. Okay, so um, because they can't handle both of these guys. So um, now um, there was the potential of creating um, hunters that might be able to kind of attack multiple, but I'm not sure if I really want to do that or not. I mean, we already have barriers that can handle um, multiple. Do I want to have hunters that do the exact same thing? That might cause some problems with me trying to keep the the images kind of um, being able to kind of swap between these weapons. I don't know. I'm thinking that I'm probably gonna want to just go ahead and keep hunters fairly set in the single weapons until the possibility of like the ultimate hunter. Okay, that I thought of. So we'll kind of hold off on that for now though. Um, because I may want to kind of like use a hunter body and just kind of have all the weapons just kind of sprouting from him or something like that. Or maybe just like multiple weapons just kind of sticking out from his body or something like that. I don't really know, but we'll need to kind of figure that out a little bit later. So so we still have the human image. We got the animations that we need to kind of deal with on that. Um, don't know if there's anything else that I really need to do for the humans. Oh, sharing sources back to base. Um, don't need to worry about the hunters or anything along those lines. Um, John Williams. Okay. Um, let's see. No ammo. I don't know if I really want a special animation for the no ammo, maybe. Um, well, I say no ammo, but you know, um, all of his weapons are melee. So I mean, no ammo. It's a little off there. But I'm kind of putting it along the lines of the I want to create a scenario where the hunter will have to kind of go back to the city every once in a while to rest, to restock, so on and so forth. So, um, let's see. Goal image ghost image bubble image. Okay, so we still got plenty there that we need to kind of work. Um, so we're gonna kind of copy this. We're gonna post it down here for the ghost image, but and then different images. For each ghost. Um, need animation for each of these images. Idle, walking in each direction. Don't really need swinging. Don't really need running scared. Carrying humans back to base. Um, Carrying crop to location. Okay, so I'm gonna put that there, put that there. So maybe I should have like attacking hunter because them capturing humans is gonna be fairly quick. They just pounce on them, throw them into their bag, and they're running off. Hunters are a little bit different because I'm imagining them to have some amount of like HP to them, so they're gonna be hurt overall. So um, so I may want them to have some kind of attack animation. Not quite sure how I'm gonna do that with the ghost though, but um, but yeah, I think that's gonna be about it for now. So so obviously we got some work that we still there's still plenty of art work that I still need to do there, folks. So it's not like this is gonna go away anytime soon. Um, but we'll keep on working on this and um, moving towards completing these images, and then we'll be able to start loading them into Unity to make that um, working game, obviously. Um, then we'll kind of work on the artificial intelligence, kind of controlling them a little bit more, working on the um, um, working on the different um, there are different paths, what happens when they actually encounter, when a worker does go to a resource and start, hacking a resource kind of thing, they're going to need to switch, prefabs a little bit for the tool in question. Um, because the worker will be having all of the tools. Okay, I'm not gonna have the player have to purchase specific tools for their workers. No, let's not get into that. Okay, so um, it's much like the villagers in Majesty. If they need to construct, they have a hammer. If they need to repair, they have that saw blade. If they need to um, you know repair, construct, you know, run away from for their lives, that kind of thing. So same kind of deal there. So um, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and close everything down here now. So I got some work that I need to do for the goblin. I am kind of liking the idea of goblins being kind of hidden, making it a little bit difficult for the player. Like I mentioned before, ghouls are gonna be kind of standing out, ghosts kind of flying through the resources, and goblins being slightly hidden. So I'm kind of liking that concept right at the moment. So that's the reason why the goblin looks the way he does right at this moment in time. So we'll work on him a little bit more next week. Try to finish him off. Then we'll start working on the ghoul. Try to design it a little bit more. Figure out where I want to go from there. So Slow but steady, slow and steady. I mean, that's the name of the game sometimes, there, folks. Um, Obviously, um, if you're wanting to, you know, build something and release it out to the public, you want to try to, put as much time and effort into it as you possibly can. It definitely helps. Um, I'm this is this is a project that I don't necessarily want to stress out about. Okay, I don't want to have that. Um, I don't necessarily want to have that potential of having um, like a roadblock, a mental block on where I want to take this game. Okay, so you know, I don't want to stress myself out about it. I want to enjoy this experience as much as I can. So I'm not rushing on this. Okay. Um, so um, and neither should you if you're working on your own personal project. Okay. Don't stress out about it. Okay. Enjoy it. So if you're kind of stressing about, oh my God, I need to get this done by a certain amount of time, then you're you're going to you're gonna add some unnecessary stress on yourself. Like, okay, when it comes to the industry of making games, okay, um, well, okay, I'm not getting any kind of money from this right now. Okay, I'm not, um, there's no income coming in. Okay, I'm not I'm not being paid for what is going on here. Okay, if I was getting paid, then it would give me more incentive to work on it more. Okay. But because I'm not paid, I don't necessarily have that incentive. I don't have that, like, oh, hey, someone is paying me for this game. I need to rush to get it complete as soon as I can so they can play it. See what I'm saying? Um, Same when it comes to actual game studios, okay? If they get a contract from, say, a larger company, say like, EA, Blizzard, Disney, so on and so forth. Okay. Those companies want a finished product by a certain point in time. Now, it takes a little bit of work to figure out, you know, what they want to kind of see, what they kind of want it to kind of show. Um, and then, of course, there comes the amount of time that it takes to actually develop said um, to develop said game. The art assets, the code, the music, so on and so forth. Okay, it takes time to take care of all of that. Okay, and but the the company, EA, Disney, what have you. Okay, they they're paying that game studio money for the product at the end of the day. Okay, so that's the contract. They have a contract for a new game. Game studio goes, oh, I want that, and the company will basically say, okay, well, we want you to do this kind of a game, and we want to try to see, we'd like to kind of see it by, you know 2 years from now or something like that. Okay. Now, obviously, the game studio will be able to kind of judge whether or not that's possible. Like, for example, if a company like EA comes up to a game studio and says, "Hey, I want you to make a MMO just like World of Warcraft in 6 months." They will laugh at their face and go, "Get the hell out of here." um, or at least they should. Um, the the more complex the game, the longer it takes to make. Okay. Um, but obviously, the more money that gets flows in, the more incentive to try to get it done as quickly as you can. Okay. But on the flip side of it, you get deadlines. Okay. You get the company saying, "Hey, I need you done, and I need this done by this point. This is when we're going to be releasing the game. We've already kind of announced it or something along those lines. Okay, this is our projected cost for it and blah blah blah. So we want you to get it done by then." Well, if you're not, if you're not ahead of schedule, or if you're not hitting your schedule, then it starts becoming more and more stressful. You have to put more time into the game to try to get it done. So it gets to that point where you start building up your stress level to try to get the game done in the amount of time required. And that affects everybody. Okay. I don't care who you are. It's really difficult to manage stress if it just keeps on building and building building on you. Okay. Everybody gets affected by it. I don't care who you know. Um, Anyone that says that they're not affected by stress is probably lying to you. But the um, so it's um, the you gotta want to make sure that you kind of balance everything out. Okay. I'm not necessarily stressing about this because I have no deadlines. I don't have any kind of income on this. I'm not doing a um what's the word? Um it's the one website where you can put money into a project or something like that. Um I'm blanking on the name right at the moment. Um but I mean you get what I'm saying, okay? I don't have that going for this game. This is my own personal project. I'm putting my own time into it. I'm not getting any kind of money for it. So I'm not really pushing myself to stress out over it. Okay, I will get it done when I get it done. It's much like Notch in a way, with Minecraft. Um, Obviously he wanted to eventually get it to a point where he could he could sell it off, obviously, and he did, and he made billions of dollars on it. Um, but um, still, it's if you're working on your own little separate projects, don't stress about it. You know, take your time, enjoy it. Um, don't add extra factors into it when it doesn't necessarily need to be. Okay, work on the project when you want to work on it. Okay. The reason why I'm streaming this is to kind of show the development stages of this. I'm not working on this off stream. Okay, I want to kind of show, um, the development of this as we kind of continue along on it, so you guys can kind of see what it takes to kind of build a game, even though I'm no expert on it. Okay, I still want to kind of show that development of it. So, um, you know, and plus, no one will kind of come after me and say you're copying things from me. No, not really. Um, so, um, so just at least I don't mean to. I'm putting in the work to try to, build my own game. Okay, I'm not like copying and pasting from other images or code or anything along those lines. Okay, I'm trying to keep it fairly. I'm trying to keep it mine when it comes down to it. Um, so yeah, we're gonna go ahead and close everything out here, folks. I'm going way over my stream time here, but so these streams that I do, these um, are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel. So feel free to check that out. Link is down below on my Twitch channel. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So if any of those interest you, feel free to check those out as well. I have a schedule of what I do on a daily basis, all the games that I play during the week, as well as the coding streams that I do every Sunday. Um, I also have a box down below on my Twitch channel showing you that I stream daily from 2 to 6 p.m. PST. So stopping by anytime during those times, say hi in the chat or don't. That's perfectly fine. If you want to lurk, that's okay. Um, but we're gonna say good night. Take care. Stay healthy. Stay safe. I'll see you strangers next time.